Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. Mr. City Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Melendez.
Here.
Councilmember Tamayo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Present.
Mayor Torres.
Here. Mr. City Attorney, if you will please announce closed session items.
Yes, do we have any public comment on, we do. Okay. Anyone who wishes to address the city council on any item on the closed session would have to fill out a card. We have one comment card.
Yes, we do. We have one speaker card for closed session items.
What closed session? Not yet. No, we do. Ms. Heiser? Okay. Thank you. At this time, then, we'd ask the City Council to recess into closed session for items 1, 2, 3, and 4 as listed on the agenda.
Mayor, would you like me to call up the speaker for closed session item?
Okay, sorry.
Speaker Will Severo for closed session items.
How you guys doing tonight? Looking at closed session item number 4 for the city manager. Personally, I believe that with the 2021 audit and the 2022 audit, when they were speaking about how we became from risk level 10 to a risk level 5, granted, some people want to blame it on the previous council or the previous. However, he was already in the position for 2 years, and it specifies about the IBE digital contract that it most likely went against best practices because it wasn't even in the same realm of what they were originally doing for printing and services, as well as it discussed how we went from the risk levels. We also lost a lot of employees during that time. Even the chief said over 20, and there's a lot of people that were forced to leave and resign, or several others left because they already knew what was coming. We really don't have Montebello PD anymore. It's pretty much LAPD 2.0. You know, you can't even walk through the city hall anymore when we used to, when this is a city funded, and we used to go through there all the time. We had a city, a wall for the city mayors, and now it's not even visible. So it doesn't really feel like he was trying to be inclusive to the residents. It seems like he was trying to build a wall to protect himself. As far as item number 3 for a conference with labor negotiation, the last time that this was done, it seems like a lot of employees were promised things and there was no paperwork. And when I spoke to Mr. Melendez, he admitted all the items were not there. So we went from having a 4-man engine to having a 3-man engine, and you were able to shut down some of the engines by BFF. And you know, they didn't have to notify the public. And a couple of times we've already had the Southside station shut down. If that was to happen in District 1, we know it would never happen. That's going to be priority because it's the most people that are going to be vocal about it. But because it's a working class area, they don't really care. As well as with transit, you know, you having people that are giving nepotism and having people hired that are not qualified, and they're trying to pass the boat along, that are not using best practices for the merit system for hiring. So we're having a lot of people that are not qualified hired in our city. You know, how do you hire an assistant fire chief or an assistant police chief after the council already majority voted that they're not going to be able to hire them, and we still hired them? So the staff isn't listening. And as far as the rest of the MOUs, you know, we got to figure out a way so we can get the employees at a comparable pay, reduce the overtime, but still where they're at a competitive pay. So, you know, there needs to be negotiations, and it needs to be with more employees versus just certain people where they manipulate it. And please don't sign anything unless you actually have the full 100% document in front of you. Don't just take somebody's word for it. You know, so you went to a law school and they teach you that, right? Don't just sign anything, read it, go thorough, so forth. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all speaker cards for closed session.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, we'll recess into closed session. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it would be appropriate to recess into closed session for items 1 through 4.
And we are recessed at 6:06. We will reconvene regular session at 7:23 p.m. To the audience and those watching the meeting, I apologize for the slight delay this evening. Mr. City Attorney, can you please give a closed session report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect that the City Council, with all 5 members being present, recessed into closed session for discussion of the items that were announced and listed on the agenda. And the following is my report. On item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation on the Brownfield overlay zone. That matter was discussed with the City Council. Direction was provided to the City Attorney's Office with respect to that matter, but there was no final action taken on that and nothing to report. On the matter related to infrastructure engineering, the City Council provided direction to the City Attorney's Office, 3 members in support, 2 members in opposition, Council members Melendez and Jimenez in opposition to that direction, but direction was provided to the City Attorney's Office, and I will follow up accordingly. Item 2 was not discussed during the first session of closed session. Item 3 was discussed. A briefing was provided to the City Council, but no action was taken. And item 4 was also going to be held over to after the open session meeting. That concludes my report from open session. It's appropriate to continue, for closed session, that's appropriate to continue with the open session.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. For our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. City Clerk, if you can please lead us in the invocation, and Councilmember Melendez, if you can please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and if the audience would please rise.
Okay, if you can please put your right hand over your heart. The invocation, sorry.
Father, we are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that comes to us. We pray for strength and for guidance for each day as it comes, for each day's duties, for each day's problems. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence with us. We also pray always for our first responders, our nurses, our doctors, and everyone in our community. We also pray and send our support and prayers to those affected in the Allen, Texas shooting, to all the victims' families, and all the first responders there. We ask this in thy name.
Ms. Salazar, do we have any corrections to the agenda?
No, Mayor, we do not.
For our first order of business this evening, we are going to be celebrating May's Citizen of the Month, Camila Chan. If my colleagues will please join me in front of the well here. And if Ms. Chan can please join us at the front. Today, we recognize an incredible contributor who has made a significant effort to improve the quality of life for many Montebello residents and children. This is a first-time situation for the Citizen of the Month program because although Camila Chan is not a resident of Montebello, she is a remarkable person who's given much of her time to our community, including as a volunteer, a community educator, and an advocate for racial equality. As part of her Girl Scout Gold Award project, Camila advocates for Asian people and promotes acceptance of cultural differences. Camila, as part of this project, she envisioned and created her own outreach and education program and has delivered it in numerous ways, including facilitating presentations for young children and adults at our local YMCA, vlogging about exploring various LA-based Asian communities, and by publishing, distributing, and illustrating a children's book, all on her own as part of her project. Go ahead and show that proudly. Camila volunteered at the Montebello YMCA over the entire summer of 2022, teaching more than 300 YMCA students and adults about Chinese, Filipino, Vietnamese, Japanese, and Indian cultures and traditions. Earlier this year, she presented her work and outreach efforts to the Montebello Rotary Club. This ongoing project is not only focused on spreading awareness about Asian cultures, but also about acceptance and welcoming the differences that make American society so unique. In her own words, serving my community and the communities around me ultimately means helping others feel represented and included. Her unique approach is something all API residents of Montebello can appreciate and value. Currently, Camila is fundraising to publish 500 copies of her children's book, Hidden Jewels of Asia, with plans to distribute them to schools and libraries. During the month of May, we observe Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and recognize the contributions and influence of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. For Camila, serving the residents of Montebello and surrounding regions means helping each other and spreading understanding and compassion about Asian cultures everywhere. Her efforts are admirable in fostering equality, understanding, and uniting people of all colors. For all these reasons, we honor and recognize Camila Chan as our May 2023 Citizen of the Month.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Camilla, and like you said, over the summer, I taught kids about Asian cultures. I vlogged about different Asian communities around LA, and currently I wrote and illustrated a book. I'm working on publishing it and want to publish 500 copies, which is around $5,000. So if anyone would like to support me, that would be really appreciated. But I'm so happy that I could help Montebello and help spread awareness about different Asian cultures. Thank you. And also, shout out to my mom. She's right there. Thank you so much for supporting me, and thank you to Montebello for supporting me as well. Thank you.
Since kinder, I
Next, we will be recognizing Asian Pacific Heritage Month. This May, we once again recognize the history, importance, and many contributions of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders make our city more vibrant through cultural diversity, languages, and religions. There's no single story of the AAPI experience, but rather an assortment of contributions that enrich Montebello's culture and society. I urge my fellow community members to join us this month in celebrating AAPI history, people, and cultures to follow us on social media as we learn more about the importance of diversity and inclusion. Recognizing and reflecting on the importance of AAPI heritage remains important as we come away from the injustice of racial antagonism brought forth by the pandemic. We hope that you will consider joining or visiting one of the many events that we hosted throughout the region this month. We're also recognizing National Pet Month. This is a time to recognize our furry friends who have captured our hearts and become more than just pets, but part of our families. May is National Pet Month, which shares the benefits of pet ownership and the value of working animals in society. Pet owners and animal lovers alike can participate in the National Pet Month by supporting a local animal shelter like our Southeast Area Animal Control Authority. SIACA is committed to providing care programs for abandoned pets, reuniting lost pets with their families, and matching new homes with adoptable pets. SIACA also promotes responsible pet ownership by providing educational information, increasing accessible spay and neuter services at a reasonable cost, and insisting people realize that their pets are an extension of the family. Let's do our part and support animal care and forever home adoptions. May is also Mental Health Awareness Month, and thank you to our city clerk who provided us these green pins to commemorate the occasion. And the city of Montebello is proud to join the national movement of being mindful about our individual self-care. Mental health is essential to everyone's overall well-being, and this mindset is important now more than ever as we continue to adjust to the lifestyle changes that the pandemic has forced us to cope with. Every day, many around us continue to struggle with feelings of isolation, depression, and loneliness. But together we can create a more open community where no one feels alone in their mental health journey while helping reduce the stigma for seeking support. If you or someone you know is in need of help, immediate assistance is available by calling the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health Hotline at 800-854-7771 or by visiting dmh.lacounty.gov. Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, also in May, we are proud to join the national movement of being mindful about our looks like a copy paste of the previous paragraph. As a motorcycle rider myself, I just want to really encourage all of my fellow motorcycle riders to observe the law, to stay safe. Motorcycle safety courses, which are relatively cheap compared to the damage that can be done by a very simple wreck, really saves lives. The skills and teachings that you learn in those classes are absolutely instrumental in being a safe rider on the road. I would also encourage all of our community members to be very mindful when you're on the road, checking your rearview mirrors if you're riding on the #1 lanes, and observing safe speeds and just giving plenty of space for riders to pass safely. California is actually really unique in the United States in being the only state where lane splitting is allowed, where some people might see motorcycles passing in close proximity as a danger. It has oftentimes been the case that drivers don't see motorcyclists as they're stopping or vice versa. And by riding in between lanes, it actually does make for a safer environment. However, there are dangers still in those situations as well. So in honor of Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, just want to share those admonitions and that encouragement with the community. For National Military Appreciation Month, we proudly joined the rest of the country in recognizing May as National Military Appreciation Month. Introduced in 1999, it encourages all Americans to reflect on the sacrifices made by those in the armed forces. May is an appropriate month for military remembrance, as this month includes VE Day, which commemorates the end of World War II in Europe and culminates in Memorial Day, observed on the last Monday of May to honor veterans who died in service. On behalf of a grateful city, thank you to all of those who have served and continue to serve. I encourage all residents who wish to honor and remember those who bravely served our country and gave their lives in the name of freedom to join us on Monday, May 29th from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the City Park Memorial Wall for our annual Memorial Day ceremony. Moving on to item number 11, Ms. Assistant City Manager, if you can please invite staff to the front for their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to invite our Director of Finance, Michael Solorza. We'll open it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor, City Council, thank you very much for this opportunity. So tonight, in continuing with the budget development process and the various presentations being made on the fiscal year 23-24 budget, tonight what you'll be hearing is each department director will be providing an overview of their department and, in essence, their basic essential duties, the things they have to do, some new things they've picked up that now kind of have become standard in the last few years, and then an overview of some upcoming projects, needs, and other items the department wants to share. I want to stress that, as in prior years, we're not at the point yet where we're actually presenting budget numbers. You will be seeing those 2 weeks from now. I will be back up here with an item that will present the proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24. So tonight is just kind of an orientation, I guess, in terms of what each department does and their priorities, which will set the stage for the numbers behind these descriptions that you'll be seeing in 2 weeks. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Manager. She'll start with administration, and then you'll see each department come up here in turn and present. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Move my slides. Thank you. Thank you. As the Assistant City Manager for the City of Montebello, I'd like to introduce the overview for administration. For those that may not know, the administrative office is the office of the city manager, the city clerk, the elected officials, and the city attorney's office. We manage generally all city operations, agenda management, public records requests. We oversee records management and retention. We also are responsible for the legal filings as required by the Fair Political Practices Commission, the FPPC. We are responsible for elections and regional board communications, as well as commission committee support. Further, next slide. The agenda management system we currently use is Civic Clerk by Civic Plus. Public records request software system is GovQA by Granicus. We manually track legal filing submittals. We're responsible for records management programs and, again, records retention. We have over 100 years, close to 100 years worth of data, so it's a very large project, which is why we are in the process of scanning permanent and essential records. Some of the oversight projects that the city manager's office is responsible for in collaboration with the city attorney's office and the various departments would include projects such as the Topgolf, golf course renovation, Metro Heights, and Gold Line extension. Part of this next year, we'd hope to install electronic digital boards for agendas and public notices outside of City Hall. That would include all the agendas and notices for not just City Council, but would include planning and some of the other commissions as well. Our other goal is to implement an electronic filing software for legal filings as required by the FPPC. And lastly, we'd like to upgrade our our Laserfish software to include all of our backup option for all our required records. So at this time, I'd like to call up Public Works, James Enriquez.
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the council. Public Works Department is divided into 3 divisions. You see them here up on the screen. We're responsible for maintenance of all city facilities. We have an engineering division that builds city facilities in the form of our capital improvement program. And then I also oversee building and safety. The division consists currently of about 45 full-time positions and a handful of part-time. We represent about 22 to 23% of the general fund budget, and last year's budget, for frame of reference, that was about 15 million in general fund. And then on top of that, we receive a lot of the special funds, transportation funds annually for CIP projects, and that usually ranges from $9 to $10 million a year. When I got here, so Public Works has absorbed some of the maintenance responsibilities that were once part of Parks and Rec. Also, when I got here, there was really just 2 staff in engineering, myself and an administrative assistant. And the rest was really consultant staff augmentation, the same for building and safety. In terms of maintenance, that's really the majority of the staffing. That's 32 full-time employees, and they maintain everything within the public streets, public right-of-way, pavement, sidewalk, trees, et cetera, underground facilities. They assist with special events, setting up and cleaning up for those events, as well as attending to emergencies, such as storm damage and sewer overflows. We also use contracted services. For instance, West Coast Arborists, you'll see them out doing our trees trimming. And then in terms of facilities, we maintain all of the city buildings and facilities, grounds, parks, et cetera. On the engineering side, we currently have 5 full-time positions and some consultant help. Again, we oversee all the city's CIP projects, including improvements to streets, public facilities, our buildings, underground, all the special funds that we receive. There's a lot of administrative work in managing those funds. And then we also coordinate regional projects. We help process permits for private developments and encroachment permits for road work within the public right-of-way. We have also a traffic function where we respond to resident requests, and soon that will formalize once again in the Traffic Commission, which is a very formal meeting, very much like the City Council meeting or Planning Commission. And then we also manage the solid waste services that are provided by private companies. On the building and safety side, we have five full-time employees currently, and then supported by consultant staff. And incidentally, with the economy bouncing back, we've seen a sharp rise in the workload in building and safety in terms of permits as well as public works permits. Some of the things that are keeping us busy currently, we've often talked about our deferred maintenance in our buildings and public infrastructure. We also are dealing with having to shuffle around staff as we increase staffing and improve office space and expand office space. Our sewers continue to be a concern. We've often talked that we don't have a dedicated funding source for our sewers. So we are still currently using public or general fund. Most of that goes to LA County for their annual maintenance service that they provide. And then you'll see the word in bold, regulatory compliance on several of the items. Most of the functions in Public Works are heavily regulated. I believe, Mayor, you mentioned a couple meetings ago the word unfunded mandate, and that's typically in the form of some sort of regulation. For instance, for storm drains, that stormwater permit continues to get more complicated. In 2016, the permit that the state changed, it required cities to prepare what's called a watershed management plan. Most cities partnered with other cities in terms of the watershed that they were part of. Montebello is part of the Upper LA River watershed. And in 2016, keep in mind this is 2016 numbers, what that showed is Montebello's share to meet the stormwater regulations it was estimated at a capital improvement project cost of about $136 million and an annual O&M cost of $5.5 million. Keep in mind the only funding source that we have that's dedicated to stormwater was the recently enacted Measure W, and the city gets about $1 million a year. And I believe for at least for the next 4 to 5 years, most of that is going to pay our share of a county project that we partnered in. Just to put that into perspective. In terms of engineering, the Street Ad Hoc recently saw a presentation on a proposed 5-year CIP that I believe will be coming forth to the full council soon. And that's also an item of concern because I shared that although we have made a lot of headway in the last 5 years in the Paving the Way program and other projects, we've paved in the last 10 years about a third of our inventory. Unfortunately, the other 2/3 represents about a $70 million need. And also something to note that from our inventory update, about 45% of our inventory is older than 20 years. So that's a little concerning. There's also other large projects that keep me busy. Golf course and Topgolf are 2 projects now that take up a lot of our staff time on the engineering side, as well as some of the large developments. The Metro Heights Phase A is still well underway, and their Phase B is soon to start. Again, regulatory compliance on solid waste, meeting regulations such as SB 1383 are something that keeps us also very busy. On the building side, there's also regulations that we're having to meet and plan for in the future. I'll close it up by just saying some of the future big ticket concerns are certainly our sewer and stormwater, or storm drains, is something that we haven't done much with in a long time. And they're starting to show that in terms of damage, and they certainly will need attention soon. And then also the regional projects are gonna start up soon. Montebello Great Separation is gonna open bids for construction soon, so that'll start to get underway. And we are starting to see a lot of coordination with Metro on the East Side Light Rail. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present on Public Works.
At this time, I'd like to call up Joe Palumbi, the Director of Community and Economic Development.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. I will provide an update regarding the tiny but mighty Community Development Department. The department is currently budgeted for 20 positions with 1 vacancy, which is a senior administrative assistant position. With 19 full-time employees, the department has 4 divisions, which include code enforcement, economic development, housing, and planning. The code enforcement division is comprised of 1 manager, 4 code enforcement officers, 1 code enforcement coordinator, and 2 parking control officers. The team works hard to respond to complaints and calls for service. For example, over the last 12 months, code enforcement responded to over 2,000 code-related complaints and resolved approximately 1,560 cases. This is an average of 130 cases per month. During the same period, parking enforcement responded to approximately 2,900 parking-related complaints. The Economic Development Division is led by Jose Gardea, who's here tonight, and will be presenting on the vision and progress regarding the framework for our economic development approach moving forward. The Housing Division includes 1 manager and 1 dedicated senior management analyst, and they work closely with HUD to administer the city's CDBG and home programs. The Planning Division consists of 1 manager and 3 assistant planners. They are responsible for planning commission meetings, entitlement requests, on-site inspections, plan check reviews, and providing in-person assistance at the public counter. If we combine counter traffic, phone calls, and emails, they assist an average of 450 customers per month. The department also has 1 assistant director and 2 management analysts who work across all divisions. This slide is intended to show the department functions and processes, such as tracking the progress of new housing units to provide accurate updates to HCD regarding the status of the city's compliance with the 6-cycle housing element. Regarding economic development, you will hear more about the framework for business retention and recruitment during tonight's presentation on economic development. Entitlement monitoring and compliance review relates to certain discretionary approvals where conditions of approval require an applicant to provide periodic updates to staff to confirm compliance. Staff uses this information to provide updates to the Planning Commission as needed. There is also the State Surplus Land Act, which requires all local agencies to follow an established process where government-owned land is offered to affordable housing developers before a local agency may consider selling or leasing land to any other individual or entity, bless you. This is a labor-intensive exercise that touches most members of our team. Regarding parking enforcement, they were merged with code enforcement in April of last year. This allows the team to work together to seamlessly resolve code and parking-related complaints. This slide highlights some of the projects on our radar screen. The general plan update is at the top of the list as we enter the environmental analysis phase. This process also includes the downtown specific plan and bicycle master plan, which will run concurrent with the general plan update. We anticipate final consideration from Planning Commission and City Council in spring of 2024. Our team is also working on the Art in Public Places program, which will be discussed during tonight's presentation on economic development. We will work with the City Attorney's Office to bring this back as soon as possible. As identified in the city's overall strategic plan, the newly formed Economic Development Division is working toward establishing the Economic Development Action Plan. You will hear more about this tonight as well. In preparation for Metro's East Side Phase 2 extension, our team is exploring opportunities to establish a transit-oriented development district around the future light rail station at Greenwood in Washington. We hope to provide updates regarding this effort in the near future. With infrastructure improvements at the top of all discussions regarding future development, we must find creative ways to address these future funding needs. This is where an enhanced infrastructure financing district comes in, and this will also be discussed in more detail later tonight. Regarding the town architect, it is important to create guidelines to standardize development in the city. A town architect would be complementary to the general plan and specific plan, as it would allow us to create templates to provide continuity and help streamline future development. Lastly, we are exploring options to create a zoning information system with online public interface, which would allow us to share information with the public, such as zoning, permit records, and property information using what we're calling as a Montebello Access Planning or MAP portal. This would enhance our ability to share public records. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite David Sosnowski to discuss Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So proud to present today, kind of in the same light as my colleagues here and the other departments, other directors, some essential programs and services that make up the Recreation Community Services Department. So starting off with senior services, we all know we have our senior center that operates 5 days a week on a regular schedule, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. They also administer and provide space for senior social clubs. We start our senior congregate meals again next week on Mondays and Wednesdays, as well as the drive-through food distribution there that takes place on Tuesdays. They have a lot of other social and other opportunities for seniors to engage, including movie days. We just had our senior prom, and several educational and informal and informative sessions such as mental health presentations, CPR screenings, health screenings, as well as senior dances. One of the other essential functions of the department is facility rentals, which includes our ball fields, as well as operation and supervision of indoor community centers, our banquet facilities at the senior center, picnic shelters at several of our parks, swimming pools, basketball courts, tennis courts, pickleball courts, all the park amenities that could be rented. One of the most important things that we brought on recently, we just call it how we call it park operations and supervision. So typically cities have, and Montebello included, day-to-day hours, 3 to 7 for us, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 1 on the weekends for our staffed and facility parks, which is Hollyfield, Reggie, Grant Ray. At City Park, we also have a roaming crew, our park operations crew. They're responsible for the day-to-day opening and closing of our park facilities and amenities to make sure the skate park's open on time, to make sure the restrooms are open on time and closed on time within the guidelines and the times that are set in our policies, as well as doing reports of work orders, kind of being a little bit supplemental to Public Works. So if they see things they could fix or paint graffiti that they could do on their own, they'll do that, as well as daily inspections of our playgrounds and other equipment to make sure our park amenities are in great shape for the public. Also, we reference here youth and adult sports. So we have a robust, we used to have a much more robust, but we're getting back there, post-COVID adult sports program. Currently 50-plus teams in our adult basketball as well as adult softball leagues. Starting some other programs that we'll talk about in one of the future slides. In our youth sports with over 1,000 participants annually with youth flag, soccer, basketball, t-ball, cheer, track, and swim teams. Those are all seasonal sports. Also seasonally, we do seasonal camps as well as childcare facilities. So we have an after-school childcare program at Potrero Heights at the city facility there, as well as Washington Elementary when those programs are enrolled. We also do summer camp at our Hollyfield Park Community Center, as well as our Kathy Hensel Youth Center, and spring and winter camps at both Kathy Hensel and some of our on-school sites like Washington Elementary. Recreation classes, you all seen our flyers and you maybe participate or know folks that have in our day-to-day operations, which is karate, Zumba, sports classes, fitness classes, Tai Chi, and all the things that we offer weekly, monthly. In addition to aquatics, with our pools opening up here in mid-June, we have both the George Hensel pool as well as the Hollyfield Park pool, and that composes of recreational swim hours, 1 to 4 Monday through Saturday, $1 for youth and seniors to enter, as well as lap swim, and then our swim teams, our swim lessons, and some other good opportunities I'll talk about in our future programs. Also, we highlight here seasonal community events, and those are the ones that are centered around different holidays, such as the Easter extravaganza that took place at Acuna Park in April. Our tree lighting and snow events that happens the first Saturday at City Hall, first Saturday in December at City Hall, I'm sorry. Our Halloween train ride, a 2-night event at Grant Ray Park. Our city anniversary events, which last year was the Heritage Festival, 9/11 Memorial and Veterans Day ceremonies, and as mentioned earlier, Monday, May 29th, this is Memorial Day ceremony at City Park this year, our Dia de los Muertos display, and our Stride for Pride event in June. Also note here, as part of the EOC citywide efforts, our department does emergency response for shelter and food. So we've been on site, both at the tornado recently and also when there was floods or potential floods and heavy rains, we make our Kathy Hensel available as a shelter. So as the Parks and Rec, we're kind of the shelter branch coordinators and have those facilities already available and ready. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, we're 10 full-time, 4 in the administrative division of recreation, as well as 6 in the recreation division. And depending on the time of the year, now it will be about 80 part-time, and year-round between 40 and 60 part-time. So our expanded programs and services over the last few years, even before, during, and after COVID, we've expanded some of our programs, including the Night Market Series, as you guys know, and Council, we thank you for helping us promote that as well and support that program. We're Thursday nights in downtown Montebello, behind the Wells Fargo, 6 to 9. We're there every Thursday until August. This includes live entertainment now. We've enhanced that program as well as it being a new program in general since 2022. This year's series is a lot more enhanced with the beer gardens, crafters, live music, including tomorrow night. Lions Club will be helping us with the beer garden, so come on out. Downtown Street Fest is our 3rd annual year coming up. We have some great groups coming out to perform, including the Wise Guys and some other special guests that, for contractual reasons, can't announce at the time, but they'll bring a crowd. Saturday, July 29th is this year's event. From 2 to 10 p.m. We estimate conservatively, and I could say that based off of some good analytics that we've used, between 10 to 12,000 visitors throughout the night. And you guys all know we have multiple stages, beer gardens, and again, continuing the trend of enhancing our programs and expanding them. You'll see a little bit different of a layout and some more activities for youth, as well as some better entertainment, as I mentioned. 4th of July event this year on July 1st. I'm proud to bring that back. We had about a 13-year hiatus. One of the last things I worked at as a part-timer at Grant Ray Park. But this year, fireworks shows back on Saturday, July 1st at Grant Ray Park from 2 to 9:30 p.m. Again, a couple of live entertainment folks, including an Eagles tribute band and some other smaller folks to bring some folks out to enjoy that part of it. And again, fireworks shoot at 9 o'clock. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that's a great effort between our fire department folks and as well as our police department, keeping that event safe and making sure it's done the right way. We've added pet fairs and clinics. Those usually get between 80 to 200 folks getting affordable vaccines once a month. So we did that quarterly when we first started it last year, and this year they're all taking place once a month. The next one's on the 20th. Those are all at City Park. Short time, 8 to 11, but again, a lot of the community appreciates the affordable rabies vaccines and other services that are offered by Vet Care. I'll talk about the co-op in a second. The adaptive sports program, and council, you approved us recently to expand our programs. We're working with an organization, a nonprofit called Keen, that can help us and have that expertise to do basketball at Kathy Hensel, as well as you allowed us to do an ADA study specific to our amenities, right? So we want to be able to expand those programs to pickleball and tennis, and we want to make sure we offer a safe and the correct type of facilities and get the recommendations to make them safe and adaptable for adaptive sports. Volunteer services, last year during Volunteer Month, we talked about the amount of volunteers, so I think it's good to say again that since March of 21, we started the city service event, including Earth Day, when some of the council came out to help us out with planting some trees and some plants out there. But we've done over 20 events, 700 total volunteers in just these city service days, 4,000 hours of labor, and over $120,000 in calculated labor if you would have hired a maintenance worker to do some of the work. So we're really proud of that. Briefly just talk about some of our future programs with the community co-op working with PD. We just have that there for reference. You'll see that coming pretty soon, and that's basically a way to reach all aspects of the city and different areas and highlight the different needs and working with all departments to bring services to each area and each area's unique needs. And my last slide, council, is just talking about some of the upcoming projects. So you guys may have seen in 2022, the city was awarded a competitive grant through the LA County Regional Parks and Open Space District to improve access to the Rio Hondo River, including horse amenities, bike trails, bike racks, landscaping, shade structures, and a new LED sign to replace the old Barnyard Zoo sign. So that's coming here pretty soon. We actually have that in plan review with Public Works. So I know James short there, but we're going to give him a little bit more work to help us build that project, as well as the next one, the Grant Ray Park Community Garden. Again, in plan review, council approved this item using our Measure A annual allocation funds to build the community garden at Grant Ray Park on the south side. We'll be building this to offer educational, but also give folks a chance to plant and grow their own organic foods. We're using the LA Community Garden Council to help design and build that, as well as manage it once it's built. And we're hoping that takes place in the next couple months. Going back to Measure A and using our annual allocation dollars, one of the good things about our park master plan is we looked at different segments. We had very specific plans, City Park being one of them, and trying to take components of the master plan, kind of like the pickleball courts and the fitness court at City Park, where we don't disrupt the whole concept of the specific plan for City Park. But City Park ball field being on Los Angeles and Taylor, we're able to segment that out, and we've applied through our Measure A annual allocation, and in the process of review, and it's looking good that we'll be moving forward with the ball field renovation there, which will include irrigation as well as replacement of the bleachers, the dugouts. And again, that's just a heavy use park. As you all know, both CIF games take place there for Montebello and Sure in the past, and even this year, Garfield High School rented our field. It's home to AYSO, it's home to the Montebello Baseball Association, it's home to all the city sports, city soccer, as well as the adaptive program. So we want to make sure those facilities are safe, updated, and accessible. Our recreation guide's coming out for June, and it's going to feature our summer activities. A couple months ago, the City Council awarded a contract to McGregor Schott to produce the city's first recreation guide. That'll come out 3 times a year. Heavy on the digital for the first couple releases with minimal print. We'll do 2,500 print. It's set to be released in June to highlight all of our summer programs that I mentioned earlier with aquatics and all the events, and kind of announce all those big names for the Street Fest. Our new rec classes, and you'll see a lot of those flyers come up online, but we share them in our weekly communications to council. So new dance classes, ballet, hip hop, futsal, music, and art classes. Those are through our contract instructors. We've added and adding new adult sports programs, co-ed softball, adult men's softball, adult fast pitch softball, adult flag football, some pickleball leagues and tournaments that are ran by the city. I referenced here some aquatics programs expansion, so we're working on new water polo leagues, senior Zumba in the pool, and then pool events, including a movie night at the pool that you'll see announced for the second week of June. And lastly, some grant-funded recreation trip programs. So again, we've announced in several ways different funding through competitive grants that we were awarded. One being Montebello Outdoor Adventures. The city received funding from the state of California, which is called the California Outdoor Equity Program, and basically give nature-based trips to folks that may have not been able to get out to nature, may have not been able to afford getting out on some of these trips in outdoor settings. So you'll start seeing some announcements of that in July, as well as the second grant-funded trip program, the Montebello Rec and Go, which is again a LA County Regional Parks District grant that we received to give free excursions to families. This summer we plan to go to Catalina and the LA County Fair, and again, these will be free opportunities for the community to come out as a family, enjoy things that they may or may not have been able to do on their own. So, Mayor and Council, I thank you for the time in presenting, and I'll pass it off.
David, I think you forgot one. I think we forgot the Summer Youth Worker Employment Program.
Yes, thank you for that. So this year, we will be both through CDBG as well as a little bit of general fund, thank you, Michael, hiring over 40 youth employment workers. We used to call it the SYEP. It was SYEP when I started with Public Works in 1998, but now it's the YEP, so they could kind of work year-round and fit within our budgets. So you'll start seeing folks. I believe there's an orientation next week, and they're getting ready for summer to work. And real important for that, too, and I missed another one, Assistant City Manager, was the USDA free lunch program that takes place at several parks, and we definitely can't do that. We can't do the aquatics, and we can't handle some of our senior programs that are larger in the summer without the YEP program. So that's a great program that gives youth ages 14 to 21 a chance for their first real job experience, and it worked out for me 24 years later. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
A quick comment. Just being that we came back to regular session a little bit late out of closed session, and in consideration of the public and some of the public comments that we have coming up, I would ask that, of course, with the permission of my colleagues, that perhaps we save the balance of the presentations for the following meeting.
Sure.
And then I also just really quickly wanted to make the comment that this information is very much appreciated, even as council members that have been in office, whether it be for 4 years or just getting started, always kind of getting a refresher on just the vast array of services that the city provides, really brings some of these activities to the forefront. I did want to make the comment that when I believe I made this request for these presentations, that it was from the statement by Mr. Salorza that the budgeting system that we don't use is quite a true zero-based budgeting system, that we do rely on certain basic activities to build kind of the foundation, and then we look at other operations around that to build what the rest of the budget looks like. So hopefully, if possible, I would ask that the remaining presentations include some of that financial information. I understand that those initial requests were submitted quite some time ago and are essentially set to one degree or another. So to the extent that our directors are able to talk about some of those really essential functions and what that looks like in comparison to the larger budget, and what programs are a little bit more discretionary that we play around with to really, on a year-by-year basis, either expand or grow our cities and our services. I think that's the information that would be really helpful to understand, is just how much of our budget is set before we even start putting in some of the things, some of the programs that we would like to see. Because all of my colleagues have fantastic ideas on the ways that we want to support our community. I think we all have a slightly different idea on how to go about that, and in trying to encourage the collaboration and that communication on the dais, understanding that core helps us understand those others a little bit better. So with the presentations that we've had so far, I do want to open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. And let's see, let me get the list here. Councilmember Jimenez, any questions or comments? Councilmember Melendez?
Yeah, I just have one question. In regards to the Public Works Department with solid waste and the regulatory like safety and compliance with organics and the new law that came in, and is that going to put a burden on us, the city, or is that mostly on the providers that we have here in the city in regards to both the commercial and residential aspect?
And Mr. Melendez, can you explain a little bit what the Solid Organics program is?
It's a little challenging, so I mean, if you want to explain, I'll turn it over to our director, but pretty much it's a new law that got implemented by Senator Ricardo Lara at the time, and I'll let you explain it a little bit. It could be a little bit complicated, but.
Yeah, it essentially, in a nutshell, introduced the separation of organic waste, like food waste, anything that can decompose, that can be composted, to separate it very much like we have been doing for recyclables for a long time. But with that comes a lot of monitoring and reporting. So that really is what burdens the city, because it's the residents and the people, the commercial facilities that do the separating, and their hauler provides them the facilities for separating. But that all has to be tracked and has to be reported back to the state, and that's what our work is in complying with that law. Very much like reporting how we separate recyclables.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Melendez. Councilmember Tamayo?
No, just thank you for the information and for sharing that with our community. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Just overall, thank you for giving us an insight to some of new programs and equipment and softwares and tools that the city is looking into acquiring. And also just really excited to see the use of grant-funded programs as a way to expand accessibility and opportunities for residents. I think that recreation trip program is really exciting. I've seen other cities who take seniors or families to really exciting trips. And so being able to have that in our city, I think, is going to be much appreciated from our residents. Thank you.
And as for myself, just one more time, thank you to those presenters that presented today, and to all those that were ready to present but didn't quite get the chance yet. Thank you for being prepared, and we're looking forward to your presentations at the next meeting. Just very quickly running down through some of the presentations that we've seen, I want to continue to state my support for the clerk's office. You guys have quite a task with records and with the agenda and responding to the public. And so in creating a city hall that is focused on service to the residents, I think that's, absolutely like one of the core and critical functions there. So, whether it be personnel or technology, I'd be very interested in what the city has to propose. In terms of public works, a couple years ago, the council approved the use of American Rescue Plan Act dollars to upgrade and repair our sewer system. So I'm hoping that, during these presentations, if it's not in the budget, that we're starting to talk about how we're going to address our 100-year-old concrete pipes that we're starting to see collapse and create some of these sinkholes here. For community and economic development, just very quickly, I want to say that the words town architect and design standards were very exciting, and I'll just leave it at that. And lastly, for Parks and Rec, just always grateful for the ways that you're able to pull your team together to execute some of these events. You know, we've been able to do a really great job of expanding the amenities that we have and the programs that we have in our city, like the night market, like our street fest, and just want to be really cost conscious because, you know, for anyone that has memory of the last 10 or 15 years in our city, you know, there was a time when a fireworks show at $20,000 was a little too rich for us, and we had to let that go. So just conscious of, you know, the state that our city has been in and just trying to learn from the mistakes of the past and some of those lessons and make sure that we're being very prudent as we move forward. That's just something that's always at the forefront of our mind. So thank you again. So moving on from our presentations, I believe we are at public comments. And so, Mr. City Attorney, if you can please read the statement of oral communications.
This time, anyone who wishes to address the city council should have filled out a card. Do we have cards for tonight?
Yes, we do.
How many cards do we have, Mr. Clerk?
Nine.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
First speaker is Margot Iser, followed by Rosa Tamayo.
Good evening. That was very interesting. Margot Iser, District 2, and a citizen, et cetera, of the city. And first, I want to say that it's really great, and I believe you're doing it, letting us, the people, the residents of all of the city, all over, decide what we need and what we want, and make sure that you provide it by paving the right streets and giving us the park and recreation areas that we really need. And that's good that you're letting us all do that. And then I want to say that it's really important that we recognize that when you talk about surplus land, it's already been stipulated that one of the first uses of something that's supposed to be surplus land is to make a park and open space. I brought this up very early in this when I looked it up. We have that already happening at what used to be our whole golf course, which now half of it has been destroyed. But the point is, the rest of that golf course area, we the people need it. And it's already been a recreation area when people walk their dogs all around it, so we don't really need a dog park there. But we have the opportunity to make that area into a really, 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 really big public park and an area where actual outdoor recreation can take place. And because the Scout House is now being saved, we can have the scouts can do things out there where they pretend they're out in the forest or something like that, because there's a lot of nature there. So that's why I'm, again, advocating and saying that we really request that that whole remaining area be designated officially as a public park and area for actual outdoor recreation that will help us our city. And that means all the other areas of the city, we also have to have the people who live here decide and determine what's necessary, such as what streets actually need paving, not just because of potholes or anything, but real needing paving. So I'd like to have and all the departments be very, very, very interactive with everybody in the city who actually lives here, but actually having the big park over there in the golf course area will be actually a very big attractive thing for people of all over. There's a group called Nature for All. They could bring kids here. That was tied in with some of the programs. So I'm just saying that the one interactive thing that needs to be also done is to make people have historic preservation here, because our history is specific and some of the buildings need to be preserved. And those are things that I'd like for you to be really interactive with. There also the Wikipedia site says that there is a golf course here. That has to be changed. There's like not really a championship. It's just a half of a little thing. And then the rest of it could be said as we have a big park. And secondly, they say there are commission meetings. And I've heard that the commissions weren't meeting as much anymore. So I think look at the Wikipedia thing and find out if there's corrections that need to be made to make the people be more accessible, be able to come in and help out and know what's really going on here. And so I appreciate that. And just one little tiny thing, it's so repetitive to say the Rio Hondo River, when that was really saying the river, deep river. So could we just state the Rio Hondo, or else just call it the deep river? that's just a little funny thing to add to it, okay? Because it's really, Rio Hondo means deep river. And so I just really appreciate that the people are, we are the ones who have to determine everything, and that means keeping that golf course as a public park and a real area for actual outdoor recreation. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rosa Tamayo, followed by Nancy Larios.
Buenas noches, Mayor David Torres y miembros del concilio. Soy Rosa Tamayo y les quiero darle las gracias por tener un elemento tan bien que trabaja David, porque los parques son la presentación de la ciudad.
Good evening, Mayor David Torres and fellow council members. My name is Rosa Tamayo, and I want to thank you for having... ¿Quién está ahí? ¿Quién está ahí?
Nomás que no sé el last name de él.
The Parks and Recreation Director.
If we can keep the segments a little bit shorter, we can make sure that we capture
Sí,
everything.
si puede decirlo más corto para que pueda interpretar todo.
Ah, ok.
Gracias.
La otra cosa que yo quiero decirles es que cada uno de ustedes, concejales, trabajan para nosotros.
The other thing
No
that I'd
se
like-
les olvide.
The other thing I'd like to tell you is that remember, every single one of you members of the council work for us. Don't forget that.
Porque si no tienen eso en mente, hay consecuencias.
Because if you don't have that in mind, there are consequences.
La cosa es que nosotros necesitamos en la ciudad negocios nuevos que ustedes traigan a la ciudad.
What we need in our community is new businesses that will bring new businesses to our community.
Se necesita porque hay muchas personas que quieren trabajar
We need it
en
because
nuestra ciudad.
we need it because there are a lot of people that would like to work in our community.
Además,
in our city.
y además que se necesita mucho viviendas.
Also, we very much need housing.
Y van a decir, oh, ¿cómo friego con las viviendas, verdad?
And you're going to say that I'm always bothering you about the housing.
Pero es que hay muchas gente homeless anónimos. Anónimos quiere decir
There are also a lot of homeless people, anonymous.
familias arrimadas.
Families that are...
No sé cómo.
No puede repetir su palabra. That are overcrowding. No lo alcanzo a escuchar, por eso.
¿No es la definición? Okay.
Where they live with somebody, in other words, that's not their home, but they give them a place to sleep.
Okay, thank you.
Ok, interprétales pues.
Sí. Oh, okay. Families that are not living with the right people, or that they're allowing them to live.
En cada casa hay 3, 4 familias, hasta 10 familias con niños.
In each house, there are 3 to 4 families, or even 10 living with kids.
Es una urgencia
It is an urgent emergency
de vivienda.
For housing.
Busquen el dinero, busquen los lugares.
Find the money, find it in all places.
Pero recuerden muy bien que ustedes trabajan para nosotros.
But remember that you all work for us.
Y mucho cuidado con hacer negocios abajo de la mesa.
And careful with doing businesses
Porque
under
de
the
eso nos
table,
vamos a dar cuenta.
because we will make sure to know and we will find out.
Y lo mismo con negocios que ustedes traigan.
And similar with any businesses that you bring,
Preséntenselos al manejador de la ciudad.
present them to the
Y
city
nada de
manager.
estar haciendo negocios abajo de la mesa.
And I don't want to see you doing any businesses under the table.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Nancy Larios, followed by Yvette Fimbres.
Good evening, Mayor Torres, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta, and council members. My name is Nancy Larios. I am the president of the American Legion Auxiliary, Unit 272 in Montebello. I come here tonight to ask for your support in recognizing
Ma'am?
National Poppy Day.
I'm sorry, one moment. We still have the timer on for Ms. Tamayo here, so if you can please reset that. But you're keeping track over here? Okay, I'm sorry, continue.
Okay. I come here tonight to ask for your support in recognizing National Poppy Day on Friday, May 26, 2023. May is Military Appreciation Month, which includes National Poppy Day, designated the Friday before Memorial Day. National Poppy Day encourages all Americans to wear a red poppy to honor the fallen and support the living heroes who have worn our nation's uniform. The poppy is also the national flower of the American Legion family. The red poppy came to symbolize the bloodshed during the battle following the publication of the wartime poem in Flanders Field, written by Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, M.D. He wrote the poem while serving on the front line during World War I to honor the soldiers killed in battle. The distribution of the red crepe paper poppies not only raises funds to directly assist disabled and hospitalized veterans, but poppies also bring awareness to the public about the sacrifices our service members made for our freedom. By wearing a poppy on National Poppy Day, we not only honor every service member who has died in the name of liberty, freedom, and democracy, but we provide the opportunity to support veterans for generations to come. National Poppy Day is an initiative supported by the entire American Legion family, which includes the American Legion Auxiliary, Sons of the American Legion, and the American Legion Riders. The American Legion Auxiliary would like to invite you to the City of Montebello Park Memorial Wall on Friday, May 26th at 1 p.m. We will be placing a wreath at the memorial wall in honor of National Poppy Day. Thank you, and I hope you will consider our request.
Next speaker is Yvette Fimbres, followed by Edward Frankel.
Good evening, Mayor Torres, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta, and council members. I'm here speaking in my personal capacity as a Montebello resident, constituent, and First Amendment right. Thank you, Mayor Torres, for placing on your council orals a request to your colleagues to recognize National Poppy Day on Friday, May 26th. May is Military Appreciation Month, which includes National Poppy Day. American Legion Auxiliary members will be out in force on National Poppy Day, May 26th this year, and Memorial Day, distributing red crepe paper poppies, not only to raise funds to directly assist disabled and hospitalized veterans, but to bring awareness to the public about the sacrifices our service members made for their freedom. Again, thank you for valuing the tribute of our fallen warriors and those living heroes who have worn our nation's uniform. We pray you will be able to receive a majority vote to approve the recognition of National Poppy Day this evening. Thank you.
Next speaker is Edward Frankel, followed by Brian Jones.
Council, thank you for having me. I'd like to make it nice and quick and simple. Just wanted to express again my disappointment. I noticed that we have the city manager on the agenda again. We keep doing that. I don't understand why, just a little disappointed about that. Also, kind of directed to Councilmember Tamayo. I understand that you had a few meetings with the city manager, and my understanding is that they went well. Both parties were very happy with it. But yet I'm seeing or the way I take it is that you're supporting the group that wants to remove them. So I question that and a little disappointed with that, especially since you're basically representing my district. So just wanted to come up and mention that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Jones, followed by Alan Wesley.
I'm Alan Wesley. Brian Jones is back there. He don't want to speak. We're in business together. We have a business right across the street here, a smoke shop we're just opening up. And I'm here to address some issues that we've been having with this, the opening of this smoke shop. We started this thing, excuse my voice, I just had surgery on my voice last week, but it's coming back. And I do have a real good, strong voice and I'm kind of upset with this issue because we've been going through it with the city here since August of last year, 2022. Right before I had my surgery, I've got a couple of letters from Alvarez, Glassman, and Colvin, lawyer. I see that right there on his thing there. So I was wondering who that was. It says the city attorney. Anyway, it's pointing out certain violations that we are under, and I've dealt with the code enforcement manager, CODA, and I've asked him time and time again to issue me any citations or violations that I'm under. I'm a licensed general contractor, been a licensed contractor for 25 years, 31 years now, but I've been retired for 11. But I know all the city codes, I know all the procedures that I need to go through to build a building. This building here required nothing but cosmetic surgery. But they waited till we got the sign up now. If you look right across the street out the window there, you'll see smoke one. We put the light up last week and they issued me a final warning to cease and desist business because of certain violations that's not stated, not posted. I've asked him, I was a building inspector. I was a building inspector in San Bernardino County. And when you in violation of construction, any type of construction, we have cards. We have pink, white, yellow, blue, and red cards. Red tag means close down, shut down, don't do nothing else. No trespassing. I've asked these guys to give me whatever it takes for me to correct whatever violation they see. They haven't gave me nothing but warnings and threats. I have some weird letters here. We've hired attorneys right now, and we're going through a process of taking this further than we really wanted to. All we wanted to do is open up business here in peace. I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated. I'm really upset because of how I'm being treated here in the city of Montebello. We've searched over and over for locations. We have 4 smoke shops in different cities, but this one here was okayed by the owner of the building, and the city codes were all fine, and we had a private meeting with 4 of your people. Now, another question, I want to know if I can get Brian Jones's 3 minutes, because he don't want to speak, and that's my business partner. Is that?
I don't believe that according to the current rules that we're allowed to extend discussion, but by a vote of the council, we can extend your time for a minute. So if there is a motion and a second from my colleagues, we can allow another minute to speak. Is there a motion from my colleagues?
I'll make the motion. I second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Melendez and a second from the Mayor Pro Tem. Sir, you have another minute.
Okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate that, guys. I wanted to, just really, I highlighted some red lines under, because what I wanted to find out what corrections and violations they pointed out, issues, and they're also threatening to arrest me and my business partner if we don't cease and desist by May 2nd. And today is May 10th. They also invited me to come to a meeting Thursday, May 11th at 10 a.m. in this building. They didn't want me to come to this meeting. I don't know why. They gave me a letter to say, meet here. So I'm addressing this one. It says Wednesday, May 10th, 2023, before 3:30 p.m. to confirm a meeting, which they want to see me in the morning. We opted to come and talk to you guys tonight to find out, because I would rather have a whole bunch of people listening to me than the few four I had the last time. It was a different mayor at that time. But that's all I have right now. Tune in for further review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley. And unfortunately, if an item is not scheduled on the agenda, the council cannot take action. But Ms. Salazar, if staff can please get his contact information and follow up. I understand that it sounds like you have a meeting tomorrow, but maybe this evening, can figure some things out. Or when you get a chance. Mr. City Clerk.
Next speaker is Tila Gregorian, followed by Linda Nicholas.
Good evening. My name is Linda Nicholas, co-founder of Match Address on File. Again, I concur with Mr. Franco. You keep putting the city manager's evaluation. I gave 3 of you a copy of his contract, which is once a year. And it isn't a year until July. So you're a little off in your numbers, number 1. Number 2, my understanding is Montebello has no smoke shops. We have a law against smoke shops in Montebello. And I don't believe he may not have a license. And I know if you have a business in Montebello, you have to have a business license or they will tell you to cease and desist. So I don't know if we're gonna change it and allow smoke shops and dispensaries, because I know that's in progress because you guys have been talking about it, you 3, but we don't want them. Okay, thank you.
Tila Gregorian, will you be speaking today? No? Okay. Mayor, that does conclude all the speaker cards for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk, and thank you to all our speakers for coming up this evening and participating in the democratic process. Moving on to staff communications on items of community interest. Ms. Salazar.
Mayor, we don't have any items at this time. Thank you.
Moving on to regular business, item number 12, adopt resolution number 2328, approving a comprehensive memorandum of understanding between the City of Montebello and the Montebello Police Management Association. Ms. Salazar, is there a staff report?
We do not have a staff report, but Nick Roswell is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues, starting with Councilmember Jimenez?
No questions.
Councilmember Melendez?
No questions.
Councilmember Tamayo?
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
No questions on my end, thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues. I do have a couple words to share on this item. Over the past 3 years, I think council has found a little bit of difficulty when it came to the way that we approach these MOUs and negotiations, at least on my part, I know that I have. We are often presented with a final agreement for approval on the same day that we're supposed to decide on it. The parameters have been set. They've been negotiated, oftentimes without council input or understanding of what those parameters are. And sometimes way down the line, it isn't until we find that there are certain issues in these conversations that council's kind of brought in to talk about it. And so When the bargaining groups and the city have come to an agreement before council is aware of what's been proposed, when those provisions have been negotiated and accepted, the council, when we're coming to these meetings and finding, some of these provisions that may cause, concern or require additional information, it's very difficult, like, once we get to this point and in this forum to, like, really try and get into these things. We want to respect the efforts of staff. We want to respect the requests of our bargaining groups, and in coming to these agreements, not trying to undo what's been done. There are questions that remain as to the agreements that we've entered into. In the past, I've spoken about our comprehensive MOUs and how they weren't quite comprehensive when we started out. There were a lot of provisions that were missing from those documents, and why those provisions were missing didn't really receive an answer. And so I'd like to, in addition to the consideration of this item, and as an additional recommendation, I would like to ask my colleagues that an ad hoc be formed to talk about how we can create a process when it comes to these negotiations, developing a process that respects council's role as the policymakers, that makes council aware in advance of our negotiating points, that advises council on the needs of our employees and what's being requested, and ultimately, I think, leads to a lot more collaboration and a lot more understanding once we get to this point. So as for the provisions and everything, I appreciate the questions that you've been able to answer, and thank you to staff for providing the information on what the numbers look like and pan out to be. So I would make the motion to approve this item with the additional recommendation, and that we can bring this back at the next meeting, that an ad hoc be created for the purposes of creating a more collaborative process in the way that we go about negotiating these MOUs. So I make a motion to that effect.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Mr. City Clerk.
Councilmember Jimenez?
What was the motion again? I'm concerned. Are we not allowing Mr. the HR director to do his presentation?
He doesn't have a presentation.
He's here to answer any questions, but for clarification, are you asking to be part of the labor negotiations? Is that what that request is? Can you clarify that?
The request is to create an ad hoc to develop a process and a policy.
How does that separate from the city manager's authority as the chief negotiation officer?
That can be explored in the ad hoc.
Outside of his contract or outside of our municipal code? I'm just trying to gather for staff's purposes as we're moving forward with some of the other negotiations.
Any provisions that would be requested or looked into would comply with all applicable regulations and contracts.
I'd like to make a sub-motion to approve this item as it is.
There's a motion by Councilmember Jimenez to approve the motion as is. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. City Clerk.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo? Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Nay.
Mayor Torres?
Nay. The item returns to the original motion, approving the item with the additional recommendation of creating an ad hoc to develop policies and processes as to MOU negotiations. So there has been a first. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
I have another question. Do we have the authority to do that?
There's a first and a second on the
Assistant
floor.
City Manager.
There's a first and a second on the floor.
Are
Ms.
we in
Jimenez-
violation of
Ms.
something
Jimenez,
here?
you're out of order.
You're
Mr.
out of
Mr.
order,
Mr. Clerk,
David.
Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
These are major issues with labor.
Creating an ad hoc is not a major issue. Mr. City
David,
Clerk,
there's
if you
no
can please-
need. There's no need for an ad hoc committee for this. There
Mr.
really
City Clerk,
isn't.
if you can please take roll.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye on the item as is, but I will vote no for the added language.
That would be a no for this item, for this motion.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. The MOU is approved, and an ad hoc will be established 3-2. Number 13, Economic Development Action Plan Framework. Ms. Salazar?
At this time, I'd like to invite Jose Guardia, our Economic Development Manager, to speak on that item. Thank you.
Always test the clicker first, right? So, okay. And Mr. Mayor, I recognize the time is late, so I'll self-edit as much as possible. And if I go a little bit too fast, just give me a signal and I'll slow down. Okay, it works. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. It's an honor. It's my first time here, by the way, to present to you an economic development approach that I believe enriches and functionalizes the many recent accomplishments of the city and the soon-to-be approved planning documents that will drive future growth in the city. As some of you may know, I've been a member of this great city family for about 7 months now. And in that time, I've observed, read many documents, and spoken with many community leaders and stakeholders about where they see the future of this great city. I share everyone's excitement for a future that is equitable, accessible, healthy, and prosperous for all residents, businesses, and stakeholders. Before we begin, let me state that we are at the beginning of a process to engage, educate, and learn from our community as it relates to this report. In fact, I'm describing this presentation as a framework for discussion to ensure that we maximize the opportunities for us to appreciate the experience, expertise, and enthusiasm that so many of our fellow stakeholders share in this city. To that end, I hope to work very closely with our friends at the Montebello Chamber of Commerce and their Economic Development Committee to put some meat on the bones, so to speak, to this report. I do want to take a minute to highlight the amazing work that Adriana Dugan from the Chamber is doing to bring back a viable dialogue between our businesses, our economic development institutions, and our city. I know Adriana's not here, but I know she's watching. So Adriana, your work is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Let me begin by outlining what I believe are well-recognized segments of economic development. Economic development is bringing corporate retailers to our city. As volatile as this sector currently is in the post-pandemic world, I believe there is still value in attracting large retailers to our community to provide services and products. But the pandemic isn't the only factor impacting the corporate retail sector. As we know, online shopping and the ever-changing consumer demands are also changing in the corporate landscape. Let me give you an example. In 1990, just a few years ago, when we were all young teenagers, right? The top 5 U.S. retailers were Sears, Kmart. Who remembers Kmart? Raise your hand. Yeah? Blue Light Special, right? Let's see, Kmart, Walmart, JCPenney, and the Federated Department Stores. In 2022, just last year, the top 5 were Walmart, Amazon, Costco, Home Depot, and the Kroger companies. Only Walmart has stayed near the top over the last 30 years. But again, this is an important topic for our economic development future. So our intention is to meet with several key grocery, dining, and entertainment corporate retailers later this month at the International Council of Shopping Centers to promote the benefits of coming to Montebello. And I think all of you are going to be very happy with some of the retailers we're going to meet with in Las Vegas. Economic development is also having a well-trained workforce in our community. While our regional economy has evolved into a more service-based sector, it's still important for local governments to support and fund workforce development programs to ensure that the emerging green economy, for example, and other high-road jobs have the trained workforce to perform the vital task of these sectors. A trained workforce, members, is strategically important for us in Southern California because the reality is we're competing now with Nevada and Phoenix and many other states. We must also be focused on attracting infrastructure investments into our city and region. Improving our infrastructure is in many ways a fundamental need when we talk about economic development. Let's think about how transit infrastructure investments, for example, have facilitated the growth of our regional economy. Whether it's a freeway or a light rail station or a light rail system, they've made a tremendous impact. We also have to recognize that building our underground infrastructure, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned earlier, our sewer lines happens underneath, very, very important, wastewater, fiber optic networks. This is another incentive for the development community to want to come and look at us if we're paying attention to that priority. Lastly, is the importance of local governments to support and facilitate the growth of local entrepreneurs. Small and independent entrepreneurs are, in my opinion, the lifeblood of our local economy. They provide unique services and products. They are typically heavily involved in our local civic life. They are, in some instances, the purveyors of local cultural life, and they sometimes live in the same community where they have their business. They are the baseline for our local economy. We must help build what one of our local entrepreneurs, Barney Santos, which I think we all know from Boulevard Market, calls the entrepreneur ecosystem. One of the things I appreciate about the economic potential of Montebello members is that all of you as council members are advocating for these same elements. You are including these items in your respective remarks, both here in the chamber and outside in your interactions with the public. And some of you also post them in your social media postings. I want to thank you for that and encourage you to keep doing that. It's very important that we keep talking about these elements. But for this discussion, members, however, I would like to gently suggest an approach that reflects a more collaborative method to economic development. As you can see on the slide, economic development, in my opinion, represents the connective tissue that brings together strategically the important city-building disciplines of planning, housing, transportation, open space, infrastructure, and public safety to build and enhance community wealth and prosperity. I believe economic development must have a clear outcome. So what's that outcome? It's prosperity. Prosperity for you and me as individuals, shared prosperity for our community, and ultimately prosperity for our city to function as a delivery system of services, resources, and opportunities. So to start this conversation with our partners, I would advise on perhaps a mission statement and guiding principles that allow us to begin a dialogue to reach a better understanding of what economic prosperity is and can be for our city. So I submit the following mission statement and guiding principles. And again, in the interest of time, I won't go through the mission statement. You can read that. But it's important to recognize that when we look at these guiding principles, invest, build, create, and advance, are principles that can apply to institutions, systems, and most importantly, to people. Before we go further, though, let's take a moment to celebrate. There is much for all of you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, the city family behind me, and your constituents to be proud of. When I look at this list, I'm reminded why I wanted to work in this city. Well, I put housing, the housing element at the bottom of that slide. You can see it there at the bottom. It is, in fact, one of the most important things you have accomplished as a city because its approval by the state serves as a launch point for many of the other initiatives you have on that list. I want to publicly recognize Director Palumbi for his work to get the housing element approved. That's not an easy process, ladies and gentlemen. It's very, very hard to do. I also want to thank Director Sosnowski and his team for the new Parks Master Plan. I believe it's an outstanding statement of green space values for our city and the future. So when one looks at the rest of the accomplishments on this slide, you realize that each of these projects will serve as a leveraging opportunity for additional policies, programs, and funding for our city. Again, I believe it's a masterful list, and congratulations to all of you. Our growth as a city will not happen in a vacuum. We are part of a larger regional ecosystem of economic patterns, variables, and expectations. Now, if we throw in an unpredictable biological virus into the mix, and we have economic chaos, or at least we did, right, over the last 3 years. But as we continue to view the COVID emergency through our rearview mirror, we need to assess the challenges left behind. So let's start with LA County. LA County employment continues to recover and is nearly reaching the job levels found prior to the public health emergency. In fact, I think we're probably about 25,000 to 35,000 jobs away from reaching that point before COVID, so we're close. At the national level, however, the twin vulnerabilities of high inflation and high interest rates inject a degree of uncertainty for consumers and, in this case, for the development community. Perhaps because of these issues, the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation anticipates an economic contraction for 2023 and perhaps for a portion of 2024. And I think towards the end of 2024, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see interest rates to drop and economic activity begin. So we have a little bit of time in front of us. Another factor, members, that is facing multiple counties across the state is the population decline that has now been documented for multiple years. The real question for economists, however, is whether this decline is permanent, long-term, or simply temporary. What we do know, however, is that the lack of affordable housing is hurting every local and state economy in our community. But let's talk briefly about Montebello specifically. I believe we have two very significant challenges facing our city related to our growth, especially in the commercial retail sector. A limited supply of suitable space for retailers is a significant challenge for us. Believe me, when I speak to retailers every week, this is the #1 issue I encounter. Corporate retailers are not only looking for the unique square footage requirements, but they want that proverbial destination environment to invest in. A second challenge is the lack of raw land for ground-up development. We know this, we're a small city. So we must be creative and strategic about our development patterns and opportunities across the city. And I believe the general plan update and the downtown specific plan go a long way to address these two challenges. But again, I believe we have an asset base in the city, along with planned growth patterns, that can present countless opportunities for prosperous growth. So let's talk a little bit about that. So we need to better understand what exactly is our asset base in the city. For that, we must rely on reading and interpreting our demographics. As you know, we have many data points that we can gather for reports, analysis, and grant applications. And they're all very important. But if we want to decipher our economic development journey ahead of us, I would recommend that we begin with the data points on that slide. The one common denominator, members, with all the items on the slide is that they help us understand if we have a balance, right? A balance between our jobs and housing, our housing types, our retail environment, our consumer spending, and our workforce capacity. Our final plan that we'll bring back to you will describe where we have balance and where we need to work harder to achieve a balance point to fully incentivize economic growth. Okay, so let's turn to the core of our presentation this evening. What I refer to as the areas of action that I would suggest we work together on to paint our economic prosperity future. On the macro level, I'm suggesting 4 areas, and I'll read them up from the slide. Catalytic development opportunities, public infrastructure investments, placemaking programs, and the 4th one being business entrepreneur workforce support. I believe each of these platforms allow us as a city family to take full advantage of the land use, housing, and infrastructure tools that have been created or are soon to be approved. But they also allow us to frame the importance of economic prosperity for our community and our city. So let's very quickly take a closer look at each of these areas of action. First of all, let's talk briefly about what catalytic development opportunities typically mean. In my experience working inside and outside local government, I've come to understand catalytic development as having 5 common factors. And again, in the interest of time, I won't read them, but they're up there on the screen. Councilmember Tamayo, you talk about the importance of understanding where our underutilized land might be in order to encourage development. That's exactly the right question. That perspective, in fact, is very much aligned with the value of identifying catalytic development opportunities. So thank you very much for bringing those points up. But when you look at bullet points 2, 3, and 4, they are critically important for our growth potential. Why? Because our parcel sizes, which generally are smaller, especially along Whittier Boulevard, some level of land assemblage would be necessary. but we also happen to have city-owned land along the same corridor. So putting them together, right, the public and the private, allows us to create the opportunities for a public-private partnership. So we must prioritize those opportunities. I'm trying to go as fast as possible here, Mr. Mayor, so I apologize. So when we come back to you with our approach fully vetted, we're going to document and itemize the where, when, and how for catalytic development opportunities. But as a primer, I can share with you that we have some important opportunities in several parts of the city. The Topgolf facility is a catalytic opportunity. Its arrival to Montebello is creating regional buzz. And I expect we're going to hear a lot about that in Las Vegas in a few weeks. But let's also look at downtown Montebello. I believe there are at least 5 acres of land. Am I in the right slide? Yeah. 5 acres of land that would be ideal for growth. Let me grab my water, actually. I'm about to lose my voice. Okay, thank you very much. So downtown Montebello, I believe there is at least 5 acres of land that would be ideal for growth, but we're going to have to assemble some land there. Washington Boulevard, TOD district. I think we're going to attract a unique set of circumstances for development that will gravitate to the future light rail station. But as Councilmember Jimenez continually advocates for, we must begin with understanding what will be the benefit to the local community. That is, again, the right question. Moving north to Beverly Boulevard, we find that perhaps up to 25 acres would be ideal settings for growth, obviously beginning with the opportunities in and around the Beverly Hospital. We have other sites as well. The future of our commercial power centers along the 60 freeway, again, tremendous opportunity for growth, maybe up to 20 acres. Lastly, I include the industrial zone in this category. I consider our industrial zone a vibrant area. I really do. Tornadoes notwithstanding, by the way. We still have about 2,000 workers in that zone. But given the changing nature of industrial space generally, mostly it's in its emphasis on larger footprints, and the state environmental mandates recently approved on the transport sector, do we as a city and the local stakeholders see a future that is perhaps more centered on a green economy or other industries with upskilled workers? We stand ready as a unit to work with local stakeholders to provide facilitation to explore our future industrial uses. Let's talk about the next one, public infrastructure investments. I believe, members, we have 3 unique opportunities to facilitate economic prosperity. Number 1, Rio Hondo. We all know the environmental value of the 100 acres plus for water retention. I'm editing here, folks, so forgive me. But I think we have an opportunity here to really appreciate the beauty of that standing water in the basins year-round. For this reason, we are working with our state officials and our colleagues in the city of Pico Rivera to initiate a feasibility study to explore how we can turn the Rio Hondo and the basins into year-round recreation amenities for our current and future residents. To me, the Rio Hondo Recreation Zone, as we're calling it, can nicely tie together the Beverly, Whittier, and Washington corridors through green space and recreational activities and serve as an economic development tool to attract development to our city. A second infrastructure project that I believe can tie together our future growth is the development of multimodal mobility hubs. We recognize that our housing element in our general plan will create housing clusters along our major corridors and around our mall. What we've raised with our partners at City Transit and Metro is the idea of creating these hubs of multimodal uses to encourage the development of housing and commercial retail space around them. And what we envision is perhaps a spine of these hubs near or adjacent to these growth areas. And lastly, a third opportunity is the proposed Metro maintenance facility. It's very much still part of a concept, but we need to keep our eye on this potential opportunity for us and work with Metro on future mixed use and retail opportunities as that TOD district on Washington emerges. Okay, let's talk about the third area, placemaking. With placemaking principles, we want to create a process that builds and captures quality places for people to want to visit and live. It's a strategy that works worldwide. I think we should strongly focus on our downtown Montebello corridor. Mayor Pro Tem Peralta and Councilmember Melendez, you both spoke eloquently last week at the dedication of the parklets on Whittier about the importance of advocating and activating our historic corridor. Given your remarks, I would propose a discussion on creating a broad-based activation initiative for downtown. And again, I won't read it, but it's there in front of you in terms of a potential purpose. But let's talk about specifically about some action items. To accomplish these objectives, I would look at those 7 initiatives up there. And again, I would start first and foremost with small business grants. I believe that's a tremendous opportunity for us to entice and attract unique tenants to the boulevard. Again, in the interest of time, I won't read the rest of them, but you can see that we have quite a few opportunities there for us to really showcase Whittier Boulevard. One of the things I want to point out, and Mr. Mayor, you've talked about streetscape for Whittier. I think that's a tremendous opportunity for us to attract development as well. So we want to be proactive with that as well. Let's see. Again, I'm editing here, folks. Lastly, on a citywide basis, let me just talk briefly about that last bullet point. We can discuss how we can elevate the Chamber's current Shop Local program. They did a tremendous job in launching it during COVID, but perhaps elevating it with an app-based program that brings a rewards component to the Shop Local piece. Other cities are using it. We're going to come back to you with a full report to talk to you in more detail about what that is. A second key element of our placemaking program would be an arts and culture initiative. Again, it's the definition, the purpose is on the slide. But the bottom line is that the intersection of the arts, culture, and commerce are key drivers of economic development. And again, this slide shows you some potential action items around the issue of arts and culture. And again, in our report back to you, we're going to provide a roadway for you to how we can implement if you choose any of these items on that list. Let's see. Our last area of action is business entrepreneur workforce support. I wanted to very broadly describe some key approaches to achieve this goal. I mentioned earlier the term entrepreneur ecosystem. Again, let me say this: access to capital is a key factor in this concept. Most new entrepreneurs struggle to find the financing for their new business venture. So I pose the question to ourselves: can our city serve as a facilitator to address this need? We will further elaborate on that in our final report on how we can perhaps accomplish this. We can talk about marketing for citywide as well. But let me talk about workforce partnerships, council members, because I think we have a very unique opportunity right now as it relates to workforce development. Let me explain what that means. The county's Department of Economic Opportunity has just issued an RFP for their AJCC job training partnership program. With this RFP, the county expects to reimagine how the county delivers its workforce training programs and resources. I believe we must be advocates in this process. It doesn't happen very often. I think it happens every 5 years, I believe, right? But I believe we must be advocates in this process to ensure that whatever organization secures the next AJCC contract, that they understand that what our specific workforce needs are in Montebello, especially around industrial zone and strategic training initiatives that could drive prosperity. And one example of a perhaps unique training program would be, say, a culinary academy dedicated in our city. And by the way, I'm a big fan of what Riverside City College has done with their culinary training program and how it ties together workforce with community revitalization. And again, I can come back with more details on that, but it's a really interesting example. As I said earlier, attracting and keeping our retail community in the city is important to our local economy. And again, I want to work with the council, with the chamber members and commercial brokers to design and institutionalize a retailer owner engagement program. I'm calling it sort of an early warning system so that we anticipate when expiring leases, commercial leases, are about to happen, so that we can anticipate what the openings are, so we can get moving on finding new tenants. So it's kind of an early warning system, if you want to call it that. So I want to be able to work with the chamber and with our broker community to figure out how we can put that together. Okay, we're almost done, folks, I promise. So we ask ourselves, how in the world can we fund the many things we want to do here to achieve economic prosperity? Well, thankfully, we are not alone. As a city, we have at our disposal many mechanisms to fund or otherwise support our action plan. I won't go through that entire list, but please note that it's a good representation of what their options are. What I intend to do, members, with our final report is to come back to you with a matrix of each of these line items and explain what each program funds and some options of how to use in our city's economic growth. But again, looking at it very quickly, you'll recognize a few of those line items. Business improvement districts, for example, workforce training programs. Mr. Mayor, historic overlay districts. You've talked about historic overlay districts. Tremendous economic development tool. It's been used across the country. It's up there. It's very important. But let me talk about the one at the very top. Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. The EIFD, as they're commonly known, is a state-created financing mechanism for economic development, housing production, transportation, green infrastructure, and small business support. The program uses the tax increment financing model to capture the value of future growth of the property tax within a targeted area. It's somewhat similar to the old redevelopment model in that this mechanism allows you to reinvest the growth of your property tax back into your community. The key here is that it's not an increase in property tax. Okay, I want to make that clear. We're not talking about increasing taxes. Members, I highlight this opportunity because we are in fact preparing an application to SCAG to explore the feasibility of using this model to finance many of the housing and infrastructure improvements we anticipate for our commercial corridors. Our tentative application title is the Montebello Transformative Corridors, and we are targeting to study the Beverly, Whittier, and Washington Boulevard corridors. As part of the 18-month feasibility study that would represent, extensive community education and outreach will occur to ensure that our public is participating in this important and potentially transformative opportunity. Okay. I mentioned earlier that data, demographic analysis, interpretation is very important. Thankfully, we have two tools that are extremely important for economic development departments and for our unit, obviously. One we have, one we do not have. CoStar Group is a tremendous tool. Many cities, agencies, and organizations use this platform to gather data, interpret information, get information about retailers. Unfortunately, we don't have access to this platform quite yet. But the second one, Placer, we do have. It's a very unique digital platform, ladies and gentlemen. It uses location analytics to really highlight shopping trends, where people shop, where they go, where they come from. For those of you that are going to Vegas, we're going to visit with the Placer folks very briefly and get a really interesting presentation on what this software does. So you're going to enjoy it. We have this in our disposal. We're very lucky to have this in our arsenal. But I did want to show you an example of one of the reports that we can generate through the Placer program, and that's the consumer leakage report. Consumer leakage, just so you know, is the difference between consumer demand for a particular product or service and the available supply of that product. The difference is called, they call it the unmet need, right? This report shows you, as we all suspected, that grocery stores are in short supply in our city, right, given the demand. I would ask you to ignore the first line, because that big first line, that's online shopping, okay? And we all know that that is a weird number. But look at that number 2. What does that say? Grocery stores, right? So we know that we have a gap there, right? So it's important for us, as we're talking to grocers and grocery stores, this is the proof that we need to show them that we have an unmet need in our city for grocery stores, okay? So terrific tool, it's in our disposal, and we're gonna really enjoy using this. Let me briefly talk about how we might measure our progress moving forward. Clearly, the tools I just described will be valuable assets to track consumer spending, but I would submit that we also want to track other elements in our progress. And these are some of the samples that I believe we should be tracking. And again, I'll come back in the final report and give you a recommendation of how we can use these data points to measure our progress. All right, folks, we're almost done here. Next steps. Next steps, right? Yeah. So there are 3 specific action items. One is we're asking for council direction to come back with a request to seek approval for funding to purchase 2 CoStar licenses. Remember I talked about one of the tools we don't have? I think we should have at least 2 licenses. That's going to allow us a lot of access to key industry and demographic information. That's going to help us complete this report in a few months. Second, let's finish and get approved the Arts in Public Places Ordinance. We're going to begin to prepare a final resolution to establish an ordinance for this important program and come back to council very shortly for final consideration. And third, like I said earlier, I want to take the next several months to engage and work with our chamber partners and our stakeholders to complete adding details to the framework of this report. But I also want to make sure that we align the objectives of this report with the completion of the general plan and the downtown specific plan. I believe this report is very much a companion piece to the 2 planning documents. Okay, closing remarks. In closing, we saw with the tornado's aftermath how our city family came together, both during the immediate moments after the event and all the activities since then, including the job fair last week. The city family has demonstrated what teamwork is, right? We're understanding what our lane is, but we also understand how we can work together across silos, department silos, to reach our objectives. I am very, very proud to be part of the city family, council members. Similarly, the soundtrack of the city is important. We, the city family, and especially our city council, provide the music to our residents, our businesses, and our stakeholders. And it's what they hear and they interpret. All stakeholders want to hear the inspiration of Aretha Franklin, or the elegance of Beethoven, or the determination of Vicente Fernandez, or the straightforwardness of Garth Brooks. Both teamwork and soundtrack are important to economic development. Our words and actions elevate confidence for our residents and businesses, but also for external investors and developers that are perhaps contemplating investing in our beautiful city. The city will grow in the coming months. We are here today to ensure that the city grows in a way that brings people together to live and play safely, provides accessible housing, connects us to a wider region, and allows us to address climate resiliency with new green space. We will elevate Montebello. I'm grateful to all of you for this opportunity. Thank you. That was long, wasn't it?
Excellent presentation, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before I ask my colleagues for any questions or comments, Mr. City Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments. Thank you, Mayor.
The floor is open to my colleagues for any questions or comments on the presentation. Councilmember Jimenez.
No questions, just to thank you, Mr. Gardea. What a wonderful presentation. I know we could have read through the whole thing, but this is the first time that we actually see something like this, and I think Joe and the team have done a phenomenal job. I was very excited to find out that when you were hired to do this job, so this is great. This is really exciting. So thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you again for the presentation. A wealth of information, a lot to take in. I specifically, I'm excited for this because right now we're going through a challenging time just with our economy, right? There's 18, 20 banks, mid-level banks that we don't know what's going to happen, and there's a lot of uncertainty. We have, at the federal level, we have the deficit, negotiations, the debt ceiling, we don't know what's going to happen with that. On Friday, the governor is going to release the May revise, and there's a projected $22.5 billion in deficit. So not to be negative here, but there's a lot of challenges that we're facing. So being proactive and having a plan here for our local economy is great, and it's a way. It's a step in the right direction to assure that we're able to protect and we're able to have a prosperous economy here.
Yeah, but the Lakers might win the championship, council member. So
I think they're losing right now,
but those are very good points, council member. And you know, we're blessed members that LA County is vibrant, right? Our economy is as diverse as it gets, right? We sometimes forget because we do have our challenges, but we have an economy here that is very competitive, that is very engaged with its population. So I have faith that even with whatever economic turmoil we'll see at the national level, that I think we're going to overcome it, because we have in the past. I was working for a city in the 2007, 2008 crash, and it took a lot of work, but we got out of it, right? So, but yeah, thank you, because we do have challenges, but we have, in my opinion, tremendous opportunities.
Thank you, Councilmember Melendez. Councilmember Tamayo.
Yes, no, many thanks for the detailed layout of the economic opportunities for our city, issues like infrastructure, economic development, private-public partnership, TOD districts, and just in being proactive and creative on the financing, the tools, and the action plan. Yeah, most definitely looking forward to working to develop and carry out these concepts and uncovering our potential.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. It's just extremely exciting to begin talking about economic development here in Montebello. You know, this really stemmed from council prioritizing this. When I first came on, we talked about our strategic plan and, you know, the different areas that we wanted to touch on as a city, and this was one of the priorities, you know, hiring an economic development manager, beginning to look at our deficiencies throughout our city, and beginning to really target and create plans to increase our economic development opportunities. And I want to thank you for being thoughtful in the ways that you've incorporated some of our visions throughout not only community members like Adriana, who's incredible at the Chamber of Commerce, but also other thoughts and ideas that you've heard directly from council, and really stating how our small businesses are the lifeline. Sorry, I think he said bloodline of our economy, and the ways that economic development can really begin creating just a more vitalized Montebello. And I think really looking into LA County as a whole and Montebello, recent economic development forecasts are saying or showcasing that there's 400,000 unfilled jobs in the city, in the county of Los Angeles, 400,000 unfilled jobs. And we have a major workforce that's disconnected because there's lack of training, there's lack of education, and there's lack of opportunity and resources. So as a city, how do we begin creating those pipelines, those pilot programs, those partnerships to begin creating a workforce that is ready for the future, right? We're talking about industry clusters now in LA County that are moving towards digital media and entertainment, the blue economy, advanced transportation, advanced manufacturing, aerospace and defense. These are all industry clusters that our economy is moving towards. And how do we begin creating those pipelines and supporting that I think the lack of the workforce connection to those industries. And I love that you really touched on the private and public partnerships. You know, we have organizations like LA Alliance for a New Economy. We have LA Clean Tech as well, who are all actually, some of them are actually partnering with cities to create incubator programs and pipelines that are now being funded to connect their residents to these opportunities.
That's
And I
right.
think there's a massive amount of potential, and you termed it transformative potential,
Yeah.
in how we begin to have these conversations at a very local city level.
That's
and
right.
start working with local unions, start working with local companies like, Capture 6 that really looks at sustainability and workforce development and tying those things together. And so just very excited to see some of these ideas that you've highlighted, like the Montebello Culinary Program, which
Yeah.
I think is just so interesting. I love to cook, so
Yeah.
a big fan right there. But just how do we begin as a city creating policies and investing, building, and creating these pipelines, these programs, and resources to begin connecting our residents to these
That's right.
jobs. So just very excited about the opportunities that are forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. And just two brief comments to your question. That's the right question. Where do we begin, right? One is really strengthen our relationship with the AJCC structure. What I've noticed since I've been here is that it's not as strong as it should be. And so when I talk about this golden opportunity in front of us with the county issuing a new RFP, which may lead to a new operator, I think it's that starting point for us to be very strategic, very engaged with our AJCC to develop these training programs. That's one. Number two, I've been blessed to have worked in at least 4 different incubator programs around the region. I know how they work. I love them as well. I think the incubator model is well, at least in Los Angeles, you should know, Mayor Pro Tem. New York City, I'll give you an example. New York City, as a city government, they fund 34 incubators. City of Los Angeles, want to guess how many? 1. Right, so I think as a region, we need to sort of introduce ourselves to the notion of what an incubator model is, because I do think that as these high road opportunities come along, we need to engage them strategically to increase our workforce. So thank you for those comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And just to quickly address some of the conduct that I'm seeing in the audience. Again, these are business meetings, and I encourage all of us to exhibit the proper respect while the council members are speaking, while our staff is speaking. Yawning loudly and audibly and loudly tapping on your phone is not appropriate conduct. Now, we're mostly looking around the room, adults here. I think exhibiting that proper respectful behavior is absolutely possible and absolutely requested. So if you can please refrain from making audible distractions that would distract the conduct of our conversation here, that would be much appreciated.
And you should know, Mr. Mayor, this was going to be a 45-minute presentation. So.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your comments. First, I would just like to thank Councilmember Tamayo for bringing this conversation forward. I believe it was from your council orals and your request that opened up the opportunity for us to discuss this today. I think this is one of the areas in governance that all council members are very excited for and can agree on, that there's something that we would like to deliver for our community in terms of activating our spaces and taking advantage of Montebello's resources to create something really wonderful and bring back that pride in our city that we had for so long. When I was walking during the campaign, that's really what kind of drives my priorities when it comes to how we invest our money and where we put our resources. And the top 3 at almost every door was either public safety, economic development, or infrastructure. It is one of the most common refrains that we have to go other places than Montebello to shop or to eat, and why don't we have something here? And so with the actions of the council over the past year in supporting the economic development of our city, whether it be through vendors and starting to look at how we can activate our spaces, or hiring someone that's full-time and boots on the ground in the community, really identifying those opportunities. I appreciate staff and all of your efforts, and those of the chamber as well, in working together to try and create this really grand vision, really shooting for the stars here. I appreciate the way that different elements were broken down: catalytic development, public infrastructure, placemaking programs, entrepreneur and workforce support. I think 2 of them that really caught my attention and things that I've been continually interested in. One is the Rio Hondo Recreation Zone, doing a feasibility study into how we can use that. I brought forward an item a couple of years ago, spending a lot of time in the Rio Hondo Channel and realizing what a valuable resource it is that can be used for very few purposes, right? You can't build massive buildings. You can't have permanent installations, but they're absolutely places for recreation. And just reimagining the way that we can utilize our open spaces, because Montebello being a built-out city, we don't have a lot of spaces to add that, right?
Right.
So I want to say that I'm very excited. I mean, I think the natural resource attracts great ideas, and so I'm happy to see that staff has moved forward, despite the way that council has kind of seen the space in the past. I'd also like to ask if Edison right-of-ways have been considered as you're going along exploring our city's resources. Ashia Park is one of those resources that has utilized the open spaces that are required by high-powered power lines, and there are streaks of those lines across our city. I've always imagined them as running tracks, as places for exercise. In fact, the large property that is off of Vale, I believe, near the 60 freeway entrance, used to be a skate park. I think it was one of the first skate parks in LA, if not in the state. And so we have these massive open spaces that we can kind of reimagine and utilize. And so I wanted to ask if Edison right-of-ways have been considered in these plans.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Mayor, if you look at that list that I put up there of all the mechanisms we have, Edison is up there, actually, because I do think that there is an opportunity. And I think we need to explain this to the general public. When we're talking about open space and trails and running paths and parks, but we're talking about economic development, sometimes people don't see the connection. But there really is a connection, right? I've always said that economic development is everything, right? I talk about the connective tissue. Park space is economic development. Think about the families that live here that want to exercise, right? It's a quality of life issue, which is economic development. Think about the future families that are coming here. We're competing with other cities. We're competing with other regions. But one of the great things we can promote as a city to attract residents is our green space. Rio Hondo is a perfect example, right? So yeah, there'll be plenty of opportunities, but Edison is on that list for a reason, because I do think they are perhaps a hidden resource for us. So I appreciate that.
That's really great to hear, and kind of taking off on that comment, I think when you talk about spaces that are exciting, that people want to go, one of the things that they often talk about is seeing people walking their dogs, seeing people out on the street, out after the lights are on and it's nighttime. That kind of recreation and activity is a sign of a healthy community.
Right.
And so in realizing that, we're achieving that health. I mean, I have family that live or that have lived in more devastated parts of our country, in Washington, D.C. and other places. And when we go back and visit as adults decades later, they're surprised to see people walking there. And so just, that's absolutely a sign of vitality in the community.
Yeah, and healthy equals prosperity.
Exactly. Another thing that I wanted to ask a little bit more about was your ideas for small business grants and attracting unique tenants. We've spoken before, and I've said this in forums in the past, that Montebello doesn't have those great large spaces for things like a Target or a Walmart. I mean, other cities have been able to take advantage of, like, let's say, aerospace moving out, and you're left with these like massive land spaces for like really wonderful shopping centers.
Right.
But one of the strengths of Montebello, I think, are vacant small spaces. And there's an opportunity there to bring in entrepreneurs that have really unique products that you can't find anywhere else, bespoke products that, can have the Montebello label on it and kind of be our ambassadors, very similarly to people like Angry Horse and Bro Gears. So just to continue my support for pursuing those kinds of grants and those kinds of communities where people with unique products and unique ideas are kind of coming together and saying, like, how do we get them to come to Montebello?
Absolutely. One of the comments I make with Director Palumbi is I really want would-be entrepreneurs, when they think about starting their business, whether it's brick and mortar or pop-up, I want them to think about Montebello first. right? But there's things that we need to do to get there. And one of those things is providing the financial support for their businesses. It's not an easy task. One of the things that excites me about the EIFD model is that there is an element in there for small business support. So we'll talk about that further within the feasibility study. But absolutely, I think that is the bread and butter of our local economy. It's the entrepreneurs. And I joke with my colleagues in the other cities that, I don't really want to spend too much time debating and fighting for the Mendocino farms of the world. If they want to come, excellent, let's work with them. But I'd rather find that great next entrepreneur that knows how to make amazing sandwiches or tortas, right? I want to find them and bring them to Montebello. I'd rather spend my energy there.
I mean, being in a place like LA County where you have 13 million people and just these wide variety of cultures, I mean, it's a very unique opportunity, right? We're really nicely situated for that.
Yeah. I spend Fridays and Saturdays visiting pop-up markets and different environments where we have a lot of entrepreneurs. So believe me, you're right. There are so many of them.
I have two more questions. One is regarding the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. You talked about using property tax to capture growth. I don't know if this is a question for you or for Director Solorza, but my question relates to the pension obligation bond that we passed a couple years ago. From my understanding, our property taxes are committed and assigned for a certain purpose. So I was wondering what kind of bandwidth we had for a program like an Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District.
So just to be clear on that point, we're not talking about your existing property tax. Within the district, you create a baseline, and whatever you have under that, you keep. It is the growth of your property tax over 30, 40 years. It is that difference that you can reinvest in your community. So whatever you have before that, it's not impacted at all.
So as our property taxes grow and our pension obligations, I mean, they've been set for the next 30 years, but there are slight fluctuations, right, in what that number is going to be.
So the property, Mr. Mayor, the property tax that backs our POBs can only be used for one thing, and that's for pension costs. In this case, it's our ongoing pension costs and then our POBs. That is it's technically called a a property tax override, the key being the override. So it's an additional tax on top of the 1%. So what Jose was talking about is your 1%. That override doesn't get touched at all. It remains committed to pension costs.
And Mr. Mayor, it connects back to the issue of new development. If you don't have new development, you're not going to have growth in your property tax, so that district won't work. So it really ties back to the idea of building your economy with very sustainable development.
Great.
But again, the important thing, Mr. Mayor, is that feasibility study is going to be an 18-month exercise, and we're going to work very hard to make sure that there's a lot of education, a lot of outreach, a lot of communication with our constituents so we can fully vet these ideas.
Excellent. Thank you very much to you both for explaining that. And my last question, just in regards to Placer.ai, if we can go back to that slide, is that possible?
Can you reconnect me?
And kind of that delta between the need and what we have. Is it possible to get that on our screens as well? Thank you.
I hope you can see that, because I can't see it from over here.
We have it nice and clear up here. Hopefully our audience can see it as well. So just looking at this list, the unmet demand analysis, and thinking about how we're pursuing, I think in particular, unless my colleagues understand otherwise, restaurants and eateries and whatnot. I mean, I guess looking at the list again, I don't quite see under what category this would fit, unless that's special food services and to an extent bars and drinking places.
Yeah, yeah.
But I guess the question would just be, this picture here doesn't seem to quite match what the word is out on the street in terms of, like how much residents want to see this. So can you just like talk a little bit to like how these numbers are formulated and if this, how can we make sure that we have like the strongest message possible as, we approach ICSC and the proprietors that we're trying to engage?
Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Mayor. When I first ran this, I had the same reaction, which is, whoa, there's not, except for number 2, by the way, grocery stores, I do think that is a good match. So it's based on trade area activity, right? And measuring the number of visits that are leaving Montebello to another city, right? So you take a trade area, you measure the outgoing traffic, and that represents your unmet need. I mentioned Las Vegas. We're going to visit with Placer when we're there, and they're going to give you a full presentation in real time of how they get to this data points, and a couple of other reports as well. But it's, again, based on trade area activity of residents going outbound from Montebello. So that's kind of the basis for it. But again, you're going to get a full presentation of this in Vegas.
Mr. Gardea, thank you so much for your presentation and for being a wealth of information and knowledge as it regards economic development. At this time, I believe that it concludes all questions and comments. I would ask for a motion to file and receive this presentation.
I motion.
There's a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Melendez. Can we please have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. Moving on to the consent calendar, Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is time for consent. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine. Any item a member wishes to discuss, excuse me, including any items the public submitted speaker cards for, should be designated at this time. All other items may be approved in a single motion. Such approval will also waive the reading of any ordinance. I should first start. Do we have any public comments on consent agenda items?
We do not.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll poll council for items 14 through 25, starting with Councilmember Jimenez.
No items.
Councilmember Melendez,
No items.
Councilmember Tamayo,
No items.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta,
No items.
and Mayor Torres.
Items 15, 20, and 21.
16,
15.
15, and 21.
And 20. 20 and 21.
Well, all of the items have been pulled by you, so why don't we go ahead, Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
If we can take a motion to approve the...
Take a motion to approve all other items on the consent.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Melendez and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye.
Thank
First, item number 15, authorize issuing request for proposals, RFP number 23-8 for printing and graphic design services. I just had a question for staff regarding the current state of these services. I think over the last year or year and a half, we've seen an item, a similar item come before us several times. Usually it's just engaging a service for, $40,000, $50,000. In this instance, now we're going to RFP. So I was just curious how this service either complements or supplements, how it's different than the other contract services that we've engaged.
Director Solorza will answer that question. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So part of the process over the last couple of years is in terms of getting our hands around our procurement has been triaging what we need to, and then as we get our hands around that, doing things like this RFP. So in order to meet municipal code, what we've had to do is bring council action for those printing services that are 50,000 or more, just so that we're within municipal code, using vendors we'd already been using. This is much more transparent in terms of like, okay, we're gonna go through the full RFP process and hopefully find a bench of vendors. Some of them may be the ones we're using now, but giving an opportunity for other vendors to pitch in and say, hey, we'd like your business in either apparel or pins or business cards or whatever. So it's part of the progress we're making in procurement in terms of getting to the point where we can start doing RFPs versus just coming to council and saying, we've been using this vendor, we're hitting the $50,000 mark, excuse us, but we're gonna go to 75. This is a much cleaner, more transparent, more fair process.
Thank you, Director Salorza, and definitely appreciate creating this more transparent process. If I can just ask, and I don't know if it'd be more adding this as an amendment to the approval, but in some instances, we've seen that when RFPs come back that we don't have a list of everyone that's responded and the scores. So just ensuring that when this does come back for council approval, that that's included in the agenda, and that the most responsive proposal is also included in the agenda. And that's to the extent that the contents are not confidential. Of course, anything that the city attorney deems to be, trade secrets and whatnot can be redacted. But if that information could be included when that comes back, that would be much appreciated.
Understood.
So with that being said, I will motion to approve this item.
I'll second.
There's a motion by myself and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Aye. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye, and the item passes unanimously. Item number 20, adopt resolution number 23-29 to temporarily suspend limitations under Montebello Municipal Code Section 17.54.040 C3 for non-conforming buildings that were damaged or partially destroyed as a result of the Montebello tornado in order to facilitate repairs associated with affected buildings. And I have I think, a pretty simple amendment in addition to approving this item, I would also ask my colleagues that this item come back at the end of the 6-month period with a report by council on what reconstruction activities have taken place, just so we understand that out of the 11 buildings that were red tagged, which ones may still not be in operation and may need additional assistance. And also giving council the opportunity that if that period needs to be extended for whatever reason, at least that item is coming back. The second thing would be if we can provide the property owners with 30 days notice that this 6-month period is going to be expiring, so that they're aware for whatever reason if council decides that that period is done, that at least they're knowledgeable that they may be incurring some penalties there by not having rehabilitated their structures. So my motion will be that we approve this item with the understanding that it'll be coming back at the end of the 6-month period with a report on rebuilding activities, and then also that we will provide 30 days notice to property owners that the suspension is nearing its expiration. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Aye. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye, and the item passes unanimously. Lastly, item number 21, approval of amendment number 3 to agreement number 3444 with Johnson Controls, Inc. for citywide HVAC maintenance and repairs. And just one question on this item. The allocation for this contract was $129,052 for this fiscal year. This item is asking for an amendment of $75,000 until the end of the fiscal year. So I'm just curious as to, it seems to be a pretty substantial amendment given that the fiscal year is ending in 8 weeks. A $75,000 increase on a $130,000 contract, seems up there. So Mr. Enriquez, I was wondering if you could just kind of explain.
Sure, thank you. So what I have in front of me is a list that we didn't provide this in detail in the staff report, but it's a list of invoices of repairs that we've had to make to some very old HVAC units just to keep them working, keep those spaces comfortable. Just for instance, our 911 communication center, it's important to keep that cool for all the equipment that's in there and the staff. So we had to do some repairs that were above and beyond the regular maintenance that's in the contract. The library HVAC unit needed repair. Kathy Hensel Youth Center for the children daycare program. So critical facilities like that, fire station, we've had to make some repairs, and this is paying that up and providing enough for the routine maintenance between now and when the RFP will be advertised.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Enriquez. I will motion to approve the item.
I'll second.
There is a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Melendez. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Aye. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye. The item passes unanimously, and that concludes our consent agenda. At this time, in consideration of some of the members that we have here in attendance for closed session items, I would ask my colleagues that we recess into closed session and then come back for the 1234 report and council orals. So with that being understood, we are recessed into closed session at 9:54.
February, March. Yeah, that's the time that they're meeting.
Yeah, I'm just, it's all draining out of me at this point.
I know, huh? Even when it's cloudy, they see you. Worse when it's cloudy. De la que se escaparon, ¿eh? Porque no, también porque yo quiero en Rosaslao exactamente toda la provisión.
Didn't see back there.
Oh, we can't stay here because I have a meeting, I have an appointment.
We, that's okay, we have.
We don't wanna be here till midnight, till they get out?
Okay, ladies, good night, be safe.
I'll see you what, you'll see more. Maybe you could bring Rosemary, Rosemary Torres, because she's really good. Called one. Using your own translation. Sense of humor. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. But my birthday, wait a minute, my birthday's coming up. The day before the next meeting. Another year older, a different daddy.
En quien usted tiene confianza.
Water, dear.
Un tipo de translator, como
We ran out of peaches.
I know,
I
yeah.
know, I was like.
I didn't have the. Travels, right? Take care. See you guys. Take care. Right on. We can wait till after. I was gonna ask Zoe, the Cantwell. Well, that was the original concept was if the grant, which it could have, and they. We'll see you. Take care.
Get rest.
Yeah, the security guy.
did it once before.
We will reconvene regular session at 10:13 p.m. Mr. City Attorney, can you please give a closed session report?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect the City Council with all 5 members being present. Recess to discuss items 2 and 4. The record should reflect that on one item related to item 2, City Attorney stepped out of the room. The following is my report. On those items, direction was provided to Special Counsel, and there's nothing further to report.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Moving on to AB 1234, travel reports. Councilmember Jimenez.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Melendez.
I do. Last week, I attended the SCAG conference. I'm the representative here for the city of Montebello. Some of the topics included the creation of mobility hubs for a more sustainable and resilient transportation system, the acceleration of clean transportation in the region, as well as some development and workforce workshops. One other thing I'd like to note is that last week as well, I got selected by my regional peers to be the vice chair for the Gateway Cities Affordable Housing Trust, which is trying to create more affordable housing solutions in the region. So we're definitely looking to get some grants from the state and county to help our local communities. I'm happy to have a conversation with my colleagues, with the community, and with staff to see how we can get and bring some of those resources to the city of Montebello and neighboring communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Melendez. Councilmember Tamayo.
Nothing to report.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Nothing to report.
And I have nothing to report. For council orals, Councilmember Jimenez.
I'm just gonna skip my council orals I'm gonna leave them for next time. But I would like to wish all the Latina moms, mamacitas, a happy Mother's Day, and all the other mothers, everyone else, Mother's Day.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. For my council oral, starting for number 1, I am asking for council consensus to recognize May 26, 2023 as National Poppy Day to honor the fallen and support the living who have worn our nation's uniform. We heard comments earlier this meeting from some of the members of the auxiliary unit from our local American Legion in support of recognizing this day. And so to that effect, I would ask my colleagues for consensus. If we can take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye, and I thank my colleagues for their support on that item. I'm going to skip to number 3 and then come back to number 2. I am asking council for consensus to understand fees related to fundraising by nonprofits. And I would ask for a little bit of leniency in asking my colleagues to allow me to talk to the city about this. The reason that this oral came about was when I noticed one of our local Girl Scout troops selling cookies outside of Ralph's in Monterey Park and saying, you know, that I would catch them when they were at one of our local grocery stores in town. They mentioned that the city charges fees to conduct such fundraisers. So I wanted to better understand the way that some of these fees impact our nonprofit organizations. I know when it comes to fireworks stands, there also have been some regulations that have been, recently enacted that have kind of like put the feasibility of doing those fundraisers on which they rely into question. And so this might be a little bit of a process of exploration, but in the same way that we've supported our seniors and the fees there, and in different ways have tried to lessen the burden on those that are trying to really make a dollar stretch, just wanted to better understand, the fees that we charge some of these groups. So asking for the consensus of my colleagues to work with staff and maybe shape that a little bit better. If I can get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye, and the item and the oral passes with 4 ayes and 1 absent. Again, thank you to my colleagues for your support on this item. And lastly, requests for certain budget presentations and information. And again, I would ask for a little bit of understanding and leniency in working with staff to kind of identify, what we can do in the closing weeks of developing the budget here. But I wanted to make a couple of different requests. One, budget cycles, as I've experienced in the past, haven't given council a lot of time to understand the full breadth of the decision that we're making. For example, last year, the executive summary, which is a 30-page synopsis of significant details, was provided only after a request for it was made, and even then, just 1 week in advance of deciding, setting the budget. This particular document is so important that the GFOA awards, from which the city proudly touts, changed its award process regarding this document. So I would like to just work with staff and understand how the earliest that a draft of that document could be provided, because the executive summary really does shape our understanding of the hard numbers that are presented in there. Ms. Salazar, do you have an idea on when that document might be ready in relation to the approval of the budget?
I'm still trying to figure out what draft you're talking about. Are you talking about the draft of the executive summary or the draft of the actual budget?
The executive summary.
Historically, Michael will do it as that document's being released. So it's not necessarily done like a month in advance, if that's what you're asking me.
Yeah, like if it's possible to get it even 2 weeks in advance, because having a week to review that information in relation to the budget is, is tight.
That should be reasonable, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And that's with the understanding that, staff has a lot of different priorities to get done here with the budget. Second, it's been noted that fund balances are not included in the budget as reported to council. However, when reviewing the budget documents that are posted to the city website, those fund balances are included in the documents. In fact, going back to the GFOA, the scoring criteria requires that fund balances are included in budget documents. So I would like to ask for council consensus directing staff to include fund balances in the budget presented to council. If I can get a vote.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye, and I appreciate my colleagues for support on that. And the last one here, in terms of capital improvement projects, in the past, if I recall correctly, we've seen them presented as line items in an Excel sheet. It's been difficult to understand what the project entails and what the full scope of that project is. So as we approach this budget document, I would like to ask council for consensus to work with staff to see if it's possible to mimic or use some of the templates that our neighboring cities have. So for example, the city of Pico Rivera and the city of Burbank have kind of full form templates that really explain the project in detail. I'm happy to provide the link and what that looks like, but if you look at the budgets for those projects, and Ms. Salazar, you may be familiar with your time in Pico Rivera in regards to capital improvement projects.
Yep, good thing James Enriquez is the one that helped design those, so. Yeah.
Exactly, so he'd be the expert on them.
Yeah, a lot of this information as far as the CIP descriptions, we actually have that in this comprehensive list, so that shouldn't be that hard.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so that would be perfect. Just to kind of reinforce that point, asking for council consensus to have that information included in our budget.
Councilmember Jimenez? Yes. Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Tamayo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Torres?
Aye, and that passes unanimously, and can't say it enough, I appreciate my colleagues for your support on this. With that being said, and business being concluded, be appropriate for a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Peralta, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tamayo, and we are adjourned at 10:23.